Check. Hey everyone, Lazy Ben. All right. So today, the plan is to continue working on NPC instancing. The first thing I'm going to do is this idea of context in a game condition. The me context. So let's take this away for now. Let's get a clean, proper build going that actually builds. The idea in that this is a condition, and there's lots of conditions in the game. And I want to be able to pass in like some kind of argument here if I want to. I'll work on that. Thing is, there's lots of different kind of very abstract condition things that can evaluate different styles of condition. We have to cover them all, really. So we've got this thing called to engine conditions. An engine condition set. I think we'll work on that first. So we want the engine condition set to have another operator where you can pass in some kind of context. Possibly. The problem is sometimes we can't supply the right context. Cutscene node conditions are met. Well, let's just okay, so we actually need to change the asset file, underlying asset file sometimes. So this NPC on me thing. That's Spidean. NPC instance. So what is it? It's not capitalized. So this is NPC. This is me. We look at NPC instance references. So we check ones that aren't in NPC on me. Once I've done that. Why is that not copying properly? I was keeping the tabs. Don't want to do that though. These are on the actions. We just want it actually on the conditions. There's one. Hero, Spidean. Oh, look, so that's actually, I've done that a bit wrong. On that one, so let's just go back. That's completely wrong. Hero, Spidean. Spidean. Capital S though. Right, see if that can get loaded. All right, so we have a problem there with the ID. NPC compare location. Game condition types. NPC compare location. Draw. So draw UI object. Strange. We are passing separate titles. What's going on there then? Now that we're doing draw combo box NPC, this needs to be draw combo box title. What I don't want is to get into a situation where I change the way game conditions are called and it becomes kind of less generic. Which I'll have to try and avoid really. Because the game condition system is very generic and it's good. Okay, so we have a me there now. So we'll put me. So to be fair, we can do it in here as well. Wherever it says Spidean, I want it to say me. Okay, so let's run that. Let's find one. So it's saying unknown there. It used to say me, really. So when we actually load a NPC on me, oh no, it's not me. No. That's wrong what I did there. We need to replace it with unknown. Fu Manchu, how's it going? Good morning for me here. It's 10 to 10 in the morning. Hope you're alright. So wherever it says Spidean, right? Let's do it manually. Yeah, I'm in the UK, yeah. Just about to start work. You're in the UK as well then? Awesome. Yeah, I live in the northeast. Just about to start work. Yeah, have a great work day. Edinburgh. Alright, fantastic. Yeah, it's nice places, Edinburgh. Yeah, I live in a place called Whitby. Do you know Whitby? Whitby. It's kind of just further down the coast from... Yeah, Google it. Yeah. That's how you spell it. Kind of just further down the coast from you. A few hours. Right. So this is actually unknown because me is set to true. Yeah, it's a nice town. You should visit it. It's pretty popular for like holiday makers and things. Yeah, I don't really eat lunch actually. I mean, I'll eat something at like 4 o'clock this afternoon. Tend to just power through. Whitby's very famous for fish and chips. So if you were to come to Whitby, you could get fish and chips and they're very nice. Yeah. Those days you forget lunch. So I'll sometimes have a banana. It's just a habit I've gotten into over the last few years. I've gotten older, I just need to eat less. Okay, so that's loading in properly now. So let's just see what this looks like. There we go. Set to me. Brilliant. So me is whoever owns this behavior tree. So they're all set to meet. So now I need to define what meet actually means in terms of a condition. Without making the condition system less friendly to use, that's my only concern. For instance, you cannot just evaluate a game condition like this anymore, because sometimes the condition needs a context to work. To actually, this is called evaluate game condition. Yeah, it's not, it won't be able to evaluate the condition generically. That's my only concern now. Yeah, no problem, no problem. Enjoy your day. Hope you're productive. Well, behavior controller. So we have nodes have on them, brain nodes have on them these engine condition sets. Problem I'm gonna have is, what about like a dialogue tree? If I want to put a condition on the dialogue node, there's a me there. So me obviously is whoever owns this dialogue. It just means I need to make contexts for all of them. Like everything that's going to possibly want to give conditions needs to be able to supply a context, which is really not good in terms of expandability of any system, really. Because you can put conditions on so much stuff. You can put it a condition like on a trigger. Me doesn't work in this context. I think we're just gonna have to, we'll follow this path and we'll see how it goes. We're just gonna have to add the context as we go. So the engine conditions set, right? What that means is we need some kind of context. Struct a condition context. And we're just going to put in a lambda. That's just a callback, right? The easiest way to do this might just be to have template class condition type evaluate. Let's just put hybrid storage for now, rather than a lambda. That is the context, I think. That's how this is going to work. And that is just no, that's probably no good either. We'll just do it this way. No. And then we'll do, would probably just do condition context, context type, context, 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 like this. Or we could store this. Drop that down to there. And then the engine condition set has a context in it. Or we just do operator const, well, condition context, like that. Storage. So this definitely has to call back. Really? So it does need to be a lambda. This actually has to call back with the actual event. The actual condition, maybe. Okay. So let's move that into the source. What have I done there? That's wrong. We're just going to make this void. Hang on. Moved the wrong one. So let's put a breakpoint there. And then we'll check that builds and we'll go over to the behavior controller here. And what we want is a behavior instance condition context thing. So maybe something like, this is temporary really. And this actually has to hold a reference to the behavior instance. Instance. Like this. So this is that context. And what we do is we pass in one of these contexts, behavior instance context, this. Just check that compiles. So this needs to call back when a condition is being evaluated, basically. Don't actually know what condition it is yet. So I think what might be nice is if it's something like const G condition or const NPC on me. So we get called back whenever we want to do an NPC on me. That would be a nice kind of API for that, because that's kind of what we want to evaluate. return false. So if you want to do something like void evaluate, it also needs a specific return type, which is the NPC instance, like that. So it needs to be, it needs to depend on return type as well. Class return type, class archetype, like this. So what we need is we need to know these. So how does the state events work? I'm going to put this down here because this is quite a similar architecture, like API that I'm going for. Just to have copy, so I can just copy what I'm actually doing here. It's the behavior controller, isn't it? So it would be something like class context type. Context type. What we do is we do listen on the group. Is warping my mind. So we might need to put in, have a list of these. Maybe. This is definitely the kind of API that I want. So we pass the context in. So that really can't be like this. It's got to be hybrid storage. Ooh. Storage like that. And then we're just not going to worry about this. We're going to go just make it void. So it'd be something like for each type, So if it was a lambda, we could call it where it could unwrap itself. Maybe. Try something else. Game condition context. What does this know about game condition? It knows about game condition types. Does know about NPC instance. So I could do struct I condition con with it. Virtual NPC instance. And then we just pass iCondition context through like this. See if that works. It's hot in here today. I'm not talking much because I'm just figuring stuff out, thinking. All right. NPCs unknown for now. That seems to compile all right. So, wherever in the behavior controller we were doing this, let's just run this and see what happens. Need to find something with success conditions. There aren't anything. There are some nodes with failure conditions on. Current node, does it have any failure conditions? Nope. Nope. So this has conditions on it. No failure conditions. So this has failure conditions. So let's see what happens here. So we have our context there with our vtable in. So we can go auto NPC equals context NPC on me. Basically. And let's just see if we can call back in. Yeah, there we go. So we do call back in, which is quite nice. That is one way we could do it. The problem with that is anything else that doesn't really require anything else that requires game specific knowledge, it can't really go in here. I suppose in the game we could derive an engine condition, a game condition. We could call this engine condition context. And we could derive a game condition context one from engine condition context. So let's keep going with this. Let's see how far we get. So this operator is basically the same as this one, except the group also needs one of these in. Where is I engine condition context? It's down here. So we're just going to put this right at the top. And what does the group do? We've got every condition true. That's what the group does. But actually, if we want to do this and pass the context in, if there is a context. So what is this group? This group is a group of engine condition. And here we have the operator. So we want bool operator. We want another one of them. Whoops. And it's just going to do this again. So we've got to evaluate game condition with data, and we need to pass a context through. So we basically want a concept to say whether, so template class T concept condition takes context. Condition needs context. TT I condition context. I engine condition context. Context. T operator. Cool, like that. I think that's the right syntax. It's yeah. Do you want to make it const? Probably not. You want the context to be able to modify itself. And that's obviously just the context we're passing through there like that. All right. So we're just going to say if const expr condition needs context, else that say result equals data to unwrap t context, like that. So the game conditions, we need an evaluate game conditions with a context as well. Now, let's just check all this builds first. I'll sort out any compile errors. Okay, that looks good so far. So we need to pass this evaluate game condition down, this condition down into the game with the context now. So just wait till this to build. So we'll evaluate game condition storage I engine condition context keep it as a right hand side. That's engine condition context this. So now on the engine conditions here, we can actually pass in we can pass the context down now to the game. We call evaluate on game conditions. So we need another one here with iGame condition, iEngine condition context, which is the same, except we need to do this check here. Condition needs context. Doesn't know about iEngine condition context. We can just forward declare that. Okay, let's just build that. So we've got evaluate game condition. Standard move. Let's just move the context everywhere. Evaluate game condition. Spelt it wrong. Evaluate. All right. So if we cannot evaluate, so sometimes we might have no context. That's the only problem. If we don't have a context, we need to evaluate the condition to be false, probably. So like these need to test. Also test if there's a context there, and if there isn't, it needs to be false. So I wonder if it means really these need to be optional contexts. Let's get this working like this first. And then we can so that if there's no context, the result is false. And then in the game condition, it's the same. So it's there. Like if we haven't provided the context, we can't actually do the compare. That's the only thing really that I don't like about this. It's probably fine because in the editor it would be obvious that it's gonna fail. Like for instance, assigning me to an NPC condition when you're on a trigger, because a trigger is not an NPC. What did I call this? It's called data. I think these are all data actually. Oh, that's condition.typehash. So that's probably fine. So as long as this concept is correct, that should work. We'll just run the game for a bit. We're not actually passing the context through there. We need to do that. Let's just follow it through. Let's just see what happens. So this is a real event now. This is a real condition that's going to get evaluated. With context. Okay. So we have our context there. Going right down. It's a game condition, which is good because that's the most complicated one. So we need to actually pass standard move context along. Hey. So this has been compiled out, which is a good sign. because none of the conditions actually need context yet. So this is going to evaluate to this one, NPC compare location. So this is where we start needing to fire the context now. So this is going to take an iEngine condition context pointer like that. Now, so just by changing that, it should still be able to compile in theory, unless we've missed any places. So the only things that we need to work on is this really needs to be a game condition context rather than an engine condition context, because the game engine condition context doesn't really have access to game specific things. It's okay for NPCs, but if you want to extend this in the future to have different types of contexts. Right, that compiled. So let's see if we can follow it down to get called into here with the context. So that's there now, which is great. Ooh, it doesn't need context though. Which one are you going to compile into? Call into? Different actual one. Okay, so let's just stop that. Get rid of these breakpoints and go to the game condition types. Go to the compare location. See if this actually gets called. It's not getting called, so it's not quite there yet. So let's go back to the behavior controller. Go here. Start from the beginning. Wherever there's failure conditions. No. 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 Okay, something's happening here. I'm no longer getting the event through, or the condition through, sorry. Okay, what's going on there? What's going on? It must be to do with actually in the behavior controllers somehow failing conditions for the behavior to start. A quick look. So this should have an instance. It does. Brain nodes. So it is the first action node. We're not getting to the action node. So we call begin. It might be failing on begin. So it's every condition true. She's true. Begin doesn't do anything. Just sets it to be running. So we've taken the instance. Current node is the root. Set first valid child node. Set current node. The node conditions. So it gets through to the selector. So we're on the selector now. Set first child node of the selector. So this does have conditions on it. There's 2 conditions. Compare location. Okay, so it's because we've got this hero. Okay, so let's see if we get straight through to oh, we missed it. We missed it. So this is a contextual condition. That's why. Okay, so let's just evaluate these. Every condition is true. So this is it. This needs the context, really, unfortunately, as well. So the condition is an NPC condition compare location, which requires the context. So this is the problem that I'm having, that I was kind of suggesting before, where this needs the context as well to work. It just makes it a lot more complicated. Would try go for the global approach, maybe. So after passing another context here. Problem with going with the global approach, we'd set a global context and then we'll have to unset it. Which we could do. Or we could just keep ploughing on with this. There's like all these things that might need context, you know. Okay, we'll just keep ploughing on with this. See how far we get, really. This might all be an experiment that goes completely wrong. We have to do it a different way. So we've got different conditions. You can all take the same context though, which is good. This is basically this with standard move context on it. Okay, so back in the behavior controller now. Where do we define this context? Down here somewhere. So we'll just put this, we'll not make it temporary anymore. We'll put it at the top, or near the top. Like this. And then we were saying in this file, current document, there, This needs behavior instance condition context. So let's just look for a quick everywhere we're using condition, failed to resume conditions. Oops, that's not what I want to do. Behavior conditions enable. Condition data is done. Alright, okay. So basically, all of this needs the context. Everything to do with conditions or testing conditions needs the context. Alright, now I can test it. First we will get rid of the compiler errors. Every condition true doesn't have an overload. Conditions engine condition context. Okay, so every condition true, which works on, so that's calling this one. That would be calling this one. So this needs to be a const engine condition set. I forgot the cat type today. So I'll put it here. So any condition is just the conditions, the context. Does that work? Okay. I'm just going to say that these go down here. So any condition true. How is this working for CTX? So any condition true of a condition set. I think we got to go through each individual group. Any condition true of a condition set. Does this make sense to do it on a condition set? I don't think it actually does make sense, because a condition set, that might be actually a bug in the behavior tree code. So the node conditions, so this is actually called directly like that. So it needs to be node conditions and node conditions. So this is the resume conditions is the same. Yeah, that's good. So all we're actually looking for is the condition itself to call back into here. And if that works, I'm going to celebrate with another cup of coffee. Okay. Okay, so it's not built it properly. Unfortunately, let's rebuild. And then we need to work on how we can get this to warp into an iGame condition context somehow. that's possible. You might just need two separate concepts. Maybe. Or it might just work. No idea. Problem with working like this is this type of coding is so abstract. It's kind of difficult to know. Okay, so didn't even go anywhere. Yeah, we need one actual node with conditions on it first. So we're not like getting off the route again. Let's go to, can we tick in the behavior instance? So the behavior instance is not even ticking, it's not even starting the behavior instance. Okay. So the Spidean. Failed resume conditions. This does a test. Nope. Get available brain state. So we call begin. So begin is returning fail. So we're not setting the node. Okay. If not node conditions or, I think that needs to be. No. Yeah. Oh, there is node conditions and they succeed. Actually, maybe it is just this. So there's no conditions. So there we go. That's fine. So this has a condition on it. Game condition. Drill all the way down into game conditions. And then we need to say we either end up there or we end up there or we end up there. Look at this, it's going into it properly. Yes, there we go. So what that means now is that we need to rename this something better than the operator. Well, it's the context of the NPC, really. Context of the NPC. So the other question is, oh, I've forgotten a bracket there. If you don't supply a context, yeah, I mean, this condition would never work because you would have to supply the instance of the NPC as well. You've done that a couple of places. If you don't supply a context, could we still try and evaluate it? Maybe you could say, you know, if you supply a context, we can fire the context and get the true NPC values. If we don't supply a context, in this case, because this is NPC, these are NPC on me. Me will never be true. Okay, so let's go back to where we were getting. So it's here. We're actually in this condition now, testing it. So now we can fire through to our context. And now me is true. So we can say if NPC or me, return instance.entity, else return NPC instance, NPC on me, NPC. So now the behavior trees can select me. That's what that means. And it's like whatever it doesn't matter who owns the behavior tree, even if it's the same different instance of the same entity type. So me is set to, so me is true, so it's going to be the entity ID, which is 6. Me is set to false, which is going to be the hero. Okay, so let's just see if that actually fixes. Because it's still not really reacting properly. We need to do it with all the other ones actually. That's why. Right, so that's good. That's the API sorted for now. We do need to get this to be a game condition context though. We'll work on that. After a 2-minute break, I'll be off for a cup of coffee. I'll be back in 2 minutes. All right. So let's make this a little bit more flexible, because I don't like the idea that these things just automatically return false if you don't provide this context. So what I might do is you can say, I might be able to, you could say you can do one with and one without the context. Whoops. Pressed the wrong button there. And I'm just going to copy it. I'll neaten all this up later. So this is just NPC. This is NPC1.NPC. Okay, but we're going to go if NPC0.me or NPC1.me return false. We can't do it without a context, basically. And then wherever we've defined this concept, where was it? I'm going to have condition has condition needs context, condition not need context, like this. I mean, that's basically the the default parenthesis operator with a bool, but that's fine. And let's so that's else if context per. So this is T here. And then we can just say that's T. So if it's basically a, oh, hang on, that is not T. This is T. Context per condition not needs context T. Then condition just that basically. Otherwise, we don't supply the context, so we can't actually call it, which is fine. And it's kind of the same here. So this is not. No, that's condition. This is not every condition. Any condition true. So we're just going through each condition. Every condition true. So there's else if const expert. Condition need context T. I wonder if this is even being called, because this is a little bit complicated. But anyway, we'll see. Okay. So this one's passing the context, right? The ones that don't pass the context actually need to check condition not needs context. Like this. Probably leave. We'll do that. We'll do that. So we'll always test the context one first. And then if it happens to have the one that doesn't need a context, it'll test that one. If it doesn't have, if it doesn't have the context. So if it has the context, it will test that. Otherwise, it will test that. And if they have both, it will test that one first. Engine condition group, every condition true. Yeah. We can actually take a context with that one now. Okay, so then in the game condition, we need to do a similar thing. So this is, if not needs context, do that. I think result still has to equal false, actually. Even on the game condition one. The engine condition one even. Wherever that was. Well, result is set to false there by default. Whereas on the game condition, it's set to true by default. Not sure about that. It should probably be false by default, right? You would have thought. Okay, so in theory now we can have two. We can either have one with a context and one without. If you call it without context, if you set to me, it's false because you can't determine who me is without a context. So the way we'll test this, I'll just run it again and see if we end up in here. Now we've changed a little bit about how that works. And then we'll take out the context and see if we end up in here. So even though it's really abstract and bizarre to get your head around, it is simple to use. You just have to include the context and then call it, and then the context knows what to do. The specific data. So we're going to need a different context for the dialogue. Okay, so we've broken that immediately. Could be because we've reset these. We've set these to be false. Let's see if we even get here. So this condition we want to test is blueprint has active state. Okay, so that didn't even. Oh, actually. Okay, that's fine. Ooh, what's going on there. Blueprint state is active. We're testing if it's got false active state, which it doesn't have, so that's fine, that worked. This condition is radar goal has active state. True. Condition player is character. So this is another one that needs player is character NPC instance. So that could benefit from a context. Player is character me. So whoever the... So if, you know, if you were calling this from a dialogue tree, whoever owns the dialogue tree, maybe. Anyway, we'll get on with that. Okay, so this seems to be working fine. So let's just go back to the behavior controller. Tick. We'll see why the behaviors are not firing its events anymore. Or firing its condition tests anymore even. Oh look. No patrol. There's no patrol. Find available patrol is failing. Okay, so that's probably to do with... Oh, I know. Well, we're saying every condition true there. Maybe we've screwed that up. So there's no Okay, so we've screwed that up somehow. This is if not condition, result equals false. That's why I screwed that up. And I may as well just say if conditions result equals true. May as well, eh? Yeah, this engine condition system is quite a complicated system, but it is easy to add new conditions. So the system itself is complicated, but once it's written, once we have this context stuff sorted out, you shouldn't have to touch it again. You basically extend it from the outside by making these contexts instead, just passing them into the system. So there's no conditions, so this should by default return true. Okay, so we're working again now. Okay, now we're doing a context, now we're doing a compare. So this is working again now. So what was the condition? Compare location. They're in different rooms, which they are not, which is good. Right, so what we want to do now is when we want to basically not pass the context through. Anywhere. And see if we end up in the one without context. There we go. So before we ended up in here because we had a context, and now we can see that this is true, so it has to fail it because there's no context. You don't know who me is. So I'm happy that that's kind of working now. Which means that other systems are free to call this event, this condition, as long as they don't select the me. In the editor. So this selects me, which means me is who owns this behavior tree. If we were to go to say like a dialogue, this is Jenny's dialogue, and we put this condition in. If we select me, then there is no, like, the owner of this. Well, we could put a new context here, which say if you select me, it has to look for the owner of this dialogue. So that would work in that situation. Where in the room, if we put this condition on the room, me doesn't make sense in this situation. Because it's a trigger, it's not an NPC. An NPC can't own a trigger. Like, we could extend this where me means the person on top of the trigger. That would be a nice extension. That's good. Okay. So in game condition types now, we've got a few ones that need a context. Whoever NPC on me is being called needs a context. Just those. So let's fill this one in. Oops. So this is basically the same, except it is context NPC. like that. And if there's no context, you have to say if NPC me return false. This one. Whoops. This is NPC range test. So if NPC 0 dot me or NPC 1 dot me return false. Otherwise, we can just pass the context through. May as well just pass everything through. And this is context NPC 0 context NPC 1. Oh, we've already done that one. Check that builds. Oop. Engine condition context. Oh, we forward declared that. Apparently not. We are using it. We were using it though. Were we not just using that? Maybe not in here. Am I really that bad at doing brackets? What's gone on there? Okay. So I don't really think we need to do... We could do a context for the dialogue. We definitely need to do a context for patrols. When patrols want to test conditions, because patrols can be used by... instanced NPCs like these guys. we've got a little bug there as well where he keeps walking. His animation's not going to idle. He's stopped. Okay, so let's just check that in. And what we're going to do, we'll just go to the behavior controller again. And we can see that they're not running the default behavior. I don't think. It's not even getting started. So let's figure out what's going on there. So there's no instance. No instances. Oh, this is the wrong guy. This is Jenny. Jenny doesn't have any behaviors. Entity is alive. Failed. So it fails resume conditions. So what's going on there? So resume conditions enable. So this is the same here, look. As before. Okay, let's try that again then. So now in theory, we've got two completely separate instances of the behavior tree running. Of the same tree. With different conditions. Okay. So still. Okay, so distance hero to me. So we've got one. So let's just go to the brain editor a second, and it's only giving us one path through, even though there's two entities working on it. How does this work? Draw running instances. Get behavior instance IDs. Get running behavior instance IDs. So let's just have a quick look. So there's two instances running now. So it gets the get behavior instance entity ID. So it returns the. Ooh, look, it returns 0. Oh, here we go. 6. Get entity name. Spidian. And it adds unique Spidian. I think it's kind of can't be add unique anymore. So this needs a bit of work, because if there's going to be multiple instances of entities running the same graph, we need to, that's going to be a little bit confusing to look at. Yeah, because they're running, this is two running the same graph. So we kind of like actually want to store the entity ID rather than the entity name, I think. I stream all day. I stream from about 9:30 till 3 usually. And then I'll stop and go and get my kid from school. So not all day, but yeah, quite a lot of the day. I work on my own, so it's nice to talk to people. It's my actual job, indie dev. It's not really for making money, if that's what you mean. I'm like, I'm just gonna see where it goes. But I do it just because I love it. The coding, that is. Like, I have another business. It's kind of like, I don't need to be there all the time. Like, I need to be there a few weeks here and there. So in the time when I'm not there, I'll do this. What about you? Are you a pro dev? I saw on your yeah, I have plenty of free time to work on the hobby projects. That's it, yeah. I saw on your on your profile, you're a dev. You used to work for Epic, did you? But you're in Scotland now. There's only one massive studio that I know in Edinburgh, but I'm not going to ask you if you work there or not. Left Epic in 2023. Cool. So you're obviously very knowledgeable about Unreal, probably. Oh yeah, okay. That's where I meant. Yeah. I've got some friends. I don't actually have any friends that work there. Actually, I have some friends in the industry who have friends that work there, but not me. Yeah, I did work in the games industry in the late 2010s, so like 2008, 2000, like the 360 era. But it was not for me, really. I discovered that I much prefer doing it as a hobby, having it as my hobby than as my job. Even though I probably spend as much time doing it as I would in a job. But I get to do what I want, you see, so it's a bit different, isn't it? I've still kept up with it, you know. I decided to build up something else to pay for me to do this, you know what I mean, rather than trying to get this to pay for me to do this. Oh, okay, yeah, the core stuff. Yeah, that's more my interest, I suppose, yeah. The core side of things. Like, I am trying to make a game with this engine, but I'm not that, like, experienced in gameplay programming. I'm discovering that as I go along, you know. But yeah, I used to, a long time ago, I worked as a graphics programmer. But not for very long. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, it's chaos, and it's going through a bit of a collapse, isn't it? AAA anyway. So it's a little bit, you know, sketchy times. You know, I faced a choice where I do probably have enough time to go and try and get a job in the industry, but especially now you can work from home. When I was in the industry a long time ago, that wasn't an option, that wasn't a thing. But it scares me moving my hobby over to my job. It's kind of like one of my only hobbies, so I don't want to lose. I don't want to get like associate it with negative experiences, you know. It's a long shot. Yeah, I mean, I managed to do it. It didn't take very long. So it took about 6 years for me to. So I started the business, worked very hard for 6 years, and then like 2015, my goal was always like, right, we're not going to maximize money, which is most people's goal in business. It was like, I'm going to maximize time, like free time. Set things up to try and maximize free time. And that took about 6 years, and then by about 2015 I was there. So I was able to work Monday to Friday on game engine stuff, and then I would go and work Saturday and Sunday doing the business stuff. And then COVID hit, so that happened for about 5 years, and then COVID hit, and obviously everything went chaos then. So I went back and worked in the business for about 5 years again, and then last Christmas it finally managed to catch it back up again, so I can start doing this now. So it's like you've still got to go back when you need to. If it weren't for COVID, I mean, it could have still be doing this all the way through 2020, and I had a kid as well, so that obviously takes up loads of time and is very expensive. So all that meant I had to like go and work in it myself. So like obviously you lay staff off in COVID because you just can't afford it. And I went back to work. Instead of rehiring, I went back myself to save money for nursery fees and all that stuff. And now she's at school. It's gone back to how it used to be, which is good, which I like. It's alright, typos. Don't already. Yeah. Yeah, so you've gone on like a self-employed contractor style thing, I suppose. Yeah, that's a really good way of doing it. That's how I would do it now, especially now where there's mass layoffs all the time. Like, it's great now because you can work from home, which suits my personality type a lot, working from home, and that's much more what I like. I mean, I don't work from home, I have an office, but I mean not going into the office. Working on my own, I like that. Some people like to be in the office, don't they, though? Provides services. Ah, right. Yeah, cool. That's really good, though, because that's stable, isn't it? That's nice. So are you working on game stuff, or are you just writing software for other industries? SDK for games. Yeah, cool. Like third-party libraries. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, a little less chaos than actual game code. Yeah, I can imagine. The bits of game code that I've written for this, I've prototyped a lot of gameplay for this. Spent the last 5 months doing that. And I've actually quite enjoyed it because it's kind of it's a different way of thinking about things. It's been quite nice. Coming to the end of that now, though. Like, the gameplay's almost all in. And then I'm moving back towards graphics after that, so it'll be a lot more graphics programming, which I think I enjoy it for a bit, but after a while it gets a little bit monotonous. Yeah, nice. So this is actually entity IDs. We want to save the IDs now. And we don't need the name there. Well, what is it? Get entity name is the actual call. We'll eventually need entity ID. Get entity ID of behavior instance. So that's only a 1. There's only one of them per behavior instance. So I'm gonna go through. So that's EID. And what I think I want to do is use the entity ID just to make like a color. So that's a game entity name. I'd like to know all the code that you work with. Alright, yeah, that's nice. Yeah, me too. Although my memory is pretty bad. This project is is a bit of a size now, so I do have to spend. If I jump into a new area of the code base that I haven't been in for a while, I do have to work out what's going on a little bit. Yeah, I'll try to. Yeah. I have to do parenting like from 3, but sometimes I can get some free time. It might not be tonight because we've got family coming round, but definitely next week. Yeah, I have a good picture. I know everything works. I wrote it all, so I know how it works. It's just getting to that size where it's a little bit like, you just got to read through the code a bit. But in terms of like foundational engine systems, the engine's like there, kind of, for the game that I want to make now. So it won't be much more, like there'll be more gameplay code, but that's kind of fairly straightforward. (2D) or 3D? It's 2D really, but I'm going to do some stuff with 3D UI. I think I'm going to do a UI pass next, where I actually make the UI for the game. It's a bit difficult to kind of show it in its glory because I'm in the I've broken a load of stuff to remake it again, if you know what I mean. So I'm working on instancing NPCs. So these are like enemies, and this is the editor for the game, for the engine. So this can do like tons of stuff. I'll show you that in a second. But like, NPCs have brains. So this is the combat brain. So this is what drives. So you can actually fight these things. You can't right now because it's all broken because I'm trying to do two at once. So this is instanced across both NPCs. So what I've been working on this morning is you have these conditions, and this is like compare location, the hero, to me, and me being the owner of this graph, basically, if they're in the same room. So that's a condition. Is the hero in the same room as me? Now what I've been putting in is this me thing, because obviously that's context dependent. This condition can be put anywhere on anything. So like I can put this condition on this trigger if I wanted to. And obviously me doesn't make sense on a trigger when you're talking about NPCs. So I've been coming up with a kind of a nice way to integrate all that. That's what I've been doing this morning. But the editor stuff, so I'll go into it a better room. So all this artwork's like not real art. It's just art that I had from previous projects and stuff like that. I've got like cool like that. These are like dynamic lights. Cast shadows and stuff once it goes behind. And then these lights, like in terms of techie stuff, this is just something. This is like a font that I wrote in Photoshop, and then you bring it into the engine, you say it's a light, it builds like a big distance field, and then it can calculate, it can do lighting based on the distance field. So you've got like really easy lights that can be multiple shapes, because it's going to be a sci-fi game and I want lots of neon and stuff like that. Yeah, casting shadows in 2D, yeah. It casts like, I don't know if you can see that on stream, but it casts something on the floor, and then it casts a God Ray style shadow as well, which can look really good in certain contexts. And reflection in the water and stuff like that. And then, you can make rivers, and these rivers you can like have multiple sections of the river and colour them and add depth, and so depth of the water, and you can mess around with like all sorts of stuff really, like the shore. You look down there, it's made of two sections, this river. And then you can like you can like paint grass in and stuff, and then the grass all like blows in the wind and everything like that. And paint ground in the same way. I've got things like dynamic objects, like this is a tree. I put it there or something. I put it this side of the river, and then I'll show you like the leaves like blow in the wind and stuff. And once some wind comes, wait for it. Here's a big gust of wind now. Maybe that's not working at the moment. They do usually blow in the wind. I don't think it's working. So all the leaves are like particles. I'll have to show you a different room for that working in. With that, when that's thinking that crafting room, it's either broken or I've forgotten to do something like turn the wind on. One being, how come the leaves move? So try and get this to work. It might be broken. So basically, like, you go into Photoshop and you create the tree, and then you have a tool which will take leaves and scatter them about the tree, and then each group bunch of leaves is on its different layer in Photoshop, and then the engine imports it all and basically like tiles everything out into a big texture, and then it has areas on the texture which it then can create a particle system of the leaves. So when the wind blows, the leaves are like a particle system, all individual, well, groups of leaves really, and it looks really realistic. I'm reusing the layers. I'm just using the layers to determine how to group the leaves together. So yeah, like I'll load the PSD file and all the layers individually. So there's like a part of the asset pipeline that I have is I'll like compile a level up, and part of that is like getting Photoshop data from all sorts of different areas, making big texture maps, you know, of all the different parts of the level, like tile sheets. And some things can be treated as particle systems. I'm not sure why that's not working. There's no reason why that's broken, other than I've been messing about quite a lot with stuff and I've probably broken it. On a maybe, I think actually it's because I have to be in the game to show you it. Shows you how long I have actually it's been since I've run this. Yes, I'm like leveraging yeah, I do a lot of, like, I integrate with Photoshop quite a lot. So you can draw paths in. So say I wanted a light to travel along a path on some artwork. I could draw a path in Photoshop across the artwork. Oh, hang on. And then have the light, import the path from Photoshop. And I know it exactly goes, you know, because I wanted like cool neon lights on the path that I drew in Photoshop. So it will let the light follow the path. Can't get off this level at the moment. Yeah, it's quite broken because I'm changing quite a lot of stuff at the moment. I can launch it in this level, I think. There we go. So if I show you now, there you go, you can see him moving. You can notice it quite a lot when you're right next to the screen. Obviously on stream it's a bit hard to see. So it's like a particle system type thing. Yeah, so you can do loads. If you've got a good PSD loader, you can do loads of stuff. So I do things like lightning strikes. So it's a sci-fi game and it's like a planting game really, and you're on a space station and you plant using a robot, and the robot, like, to clear away the grass, shoots lightning out from underneath it. So the lightning, like, obviously it's like kind of like an animation, but it's not a framed animation. It uses paths that are during Photoshop of lightning to, like, animate down in a shader. So I use paths and I use layers, you know, to define particle systems like this and stuff like that. Or you can do things like you can draw things and you want them to be lights, so you can just name the layer like light, and then the engine can import the PSD file that knows it's a light just from its layer name. Yeah, like once this is fully going, the scenes look really good. Once it's fully going, yeah. Like right now, I haven't really concentrated on the look of it because I'm just trying to do gameplay stuff. Like all these assets I brought over from a different game that I was working on. This is only working in like 720p. So like I drew all this, so eventually I'll go through and draw it all. And this is like a planting game as well. It's got like full dynamic weather and wind and lightning and obviously that game had a lot more time spent on it. Sci-fi Gardener, yeah. This engine is a lot better than that engine from that last game that I showed you. It can do tons and tons of stuff when it's not a broken mess like it is at the moment, because I'm right in the middle of changing quite fundamental things, like to do with like the engine condition system, which I've been working on. But yeah, it's going to be like sci-fi. You're on a massive space station, like hundreds of thousands of people on it, and you're the gardener, and you go around tending to the the green spaces on the space station, and you do quests, and you can like travel down to planets to get. So the combat bit is like you travel down to a planet to gather resources for your garden or whatever, or a quest or whatever, and then you can fight little enemies down there, and then you come back up and you create nice gardens. But yeah, it's coming along all right. So I've only been working on it since the end of January, so it's not a lot of time on it yet. It's going to take a few years. But yeah, right now, broken. Since the beginning of 2012. Whoa, so a long time. Yeah, I'll check out his stream and you can show me it. That previous thing that I just showed there, which was more of a game, I stopped working on that when COVID hit. So that's what I was working on at the time. Only as a hobby. It was never intended to be a game to sell or anything. Yeah, what's your game about? Good to know. So I wonder if you want to do this for every entity. You're not allowed to work on a hobby project. That's crazy, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, share some links. That'd be awesome. Yeah, I'll try and get on it. Like I say, it might not be today because I've got a family coming over, but I'm just trying to get some different visualization. So now we've got green and we've got orange for two things. So the actual running alpha probably needs to be like 0.25. Yeah, share some links. That'd be awesome. I'd like to see it. What you're working on. You said the other day that you were working on an in-game computer or something. Okay, so we've got two. So we're not seeing the name. But we are seeing okay, now one of them's gone into go. Oh, it kind of is working, isn't it? Not quite for the attacks. I wonder if it's because we haven't actually done the attack yet. Attack NPC. NPC. So this now can be an NPC on me thing. First, we need to get the name showing up. Bossy, hey, how's it going? Yeah, sharing a bit, no problem. Thank you. Bossy, how's it going? Hope you're alright. Just working on NPC Instancing. So we've got 2 NPCs using the same behavior tree now. I'm just doing a little bit of like decoration of the tree. It's quite hard to see what NPC is doing what now, because we've got like some green ones down here and some orange ones here, and then parts where they like both do it, so it's a little bit messy. Hot where I am, yeah, it is. It's absolutely muffed in. I haven't coded properly in a while. Oh yeah, took a bit of a break, cool. Yeah, it's hot here, yeah. It's hot in this room specifically. Outside's like mid-high 20s, but the sun just like bakes on this room all day because it's south facing, so very hot. So there's no name, we can't get a name. Get entity ID. Oh, it's because it's... I'm just going to say 1. Not with alpha, basically. Might be there, I just can't see it. Yeah, is it hot where you are in Bossy? No, we're still not seeing the names for some reason. Okay, it's because this is kind of wrong. Ooh, nice one. $20. Alright, cool. First public announcement. 11 years ago, look at that, yeah. It's super duper technical, innit? Kind of game. Yeah, I'm going for kind of like a casual chill. It's meant to be chill. The ultimate feel should be chill for mine. Yeah, this is cool, man. Otherwise, niche can be a way to go these days. You know, there's so many games out there, it can be a way to go. Alright, so is it open source? This is the game code. Or is this just the computer bit? Awesome. Again, okay, alright, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, cool. Oh, so this is this the idea you were saying that you've made? Old version, alright, okay. So do you make it with .NET then? Is that how it looks like .NET style? Or did you actually make it with like Windows Win32 things? WX widgets? Ah, right, okay. So how does the coding link into the game? I don't know what OX10C is. You're saying that notch thing. Obviously I know notches, but I don't know what that is. Ah, right. Okay. So you're like literally simulating a PC. Yeah, cool. That's just the one that I've just been looking at, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's niche, innit? For sure. That is pretty cool. Awesome, man. So you've been working at this for 13 years now. It's really cool. Yeah, anytime, my Fu Manchu. It sounds really cool. Yeah, I'll get back to work for a bit. Got a couple more hours. I might take 2 minutes and go to the loo. Think about drinking litres of coffee. Yeah, good chats, good chats. All right, see you in 2 minutes. Invossi, hey. My understanding is it's a PC entirely in software, including all the peripherals and everything. Sounds pretty cool. Alright, so we have a problem here where we can't get the entity name for some reason, or we can't draw it. Get entity name. So it's saying it's type Spidey, which is totally fine. That's what we want. Font, medium, text. Text is complete junk. Why is text junk? What's going on there? Get entity name returns a standard optional string view. I'm gonna do this. Smidian. Totally correct. And now complete junk. What am I not seeing here? Like, it sounds really cool. I'd like to play that. So, like, my Fu Manchu. So, what's the rest? Do you know the rest of the game? Have you sorted that out? Like the gameplay of the rest of the, what kind of things the player is going to be doing? Are you working on that? There are errors. Oh, didn't link it. Try that again. Something's going on, man. Woo Dragon, hey, how's it going? Welcome. Hope you're alright. Space based, right. I should check out OX10C, however you meant to pronounce that. I don't know what I'm doing here. Something's going completely wrong. Have your own spaceship. Yeah, definitely. Definitely a cool idea. DD8. So this is obviously going out of scope or something. Yeah, 40. It matters not. All I'm gonna do is that. Copy it. .3D. This should in theory just be a copy. It's not going to allocate any memory doing this. No, that's good. Hopefully now. There we go. Don't know why that wasn't working, that's weird. So we might want to get entity instance as well. So standard optional U32 get entity instance. Do that, that's a bad idea. So instance equals get game, get entity, oops. Name instance. And if you got Sean Murray. I used to live where Hello Games is located a long time ago. That's my claim to fame with that. Never met him. I don't think when I was there he was actually Hello Games was a thing actually. Okay. We've got 0 and 1. Now we're losing the name again. It's when we dereference. This is so confusing. I'm just going to do W string. It's only one more mem copy. Yeah, I wonder if Sean Murray and, you know, Notch do come into streams sometimes with, you know, fake accounts. Bet that happens. So the people don't know who they are, or like anonymous accounts. Man, this is doing me head in now. Yeah, it's a lot of work in it, that's the thing. Oh man, what's going on here? He guy's attacking me and it's not even. So this is getting junked. So that's caused that to get junked. Like this should be returning a pointer into a something that never changes. Ooh. Check for debugger, just my code is junking my stuff. It's got to not have built properly. Alright, I want to rebuild this. I've got a problem with getting the entity name, which is a string view, which just points into static data, getting junked when I call into a different stack frame and it goes, you know, check debugger just my code, stuff that MSVC does. So I either haven't built properly or I'm doing something wrong. String view out of scope. No, it shouldn't be. Literally the thing in that memory location is getting changed. And it's meant to be, it's just pointing to a memory location in the executable. The string in the executable. So it shouldn't be changing that. Oops. So I'm going to go through there. Spidey's gone. It's been written into, look. I have to check how I'm getting this string. Holding it wrong. So this is going to call lock on that. enum name, Spidey. So that's just a static string. Localization. Find entry. Oh, it's converting it to a temporary string. So it's returning back a string view of a temporary string, which is fine as well. That is a bug of some kind. So it is not actually pointing to static string. Come on. I hear this tree. Oh, not actually. There we go. So I wonder if it's something to do with this. I did change the strings a couple of weeks ago. So that is like an SSO string, that. Right, so that is going out of scope. That's the problem. Oh, that's annoying. Ooh, right. That is annoying. So this here is creating a string on the stack and it's returning a view to it, which is obviously not great. That's a nice bug. I have to watch for that. That's not great. That is not a good. That is a lot. That's a bug waiting to happen. So we need to make that basically a compile error. That's trying to create a string view out of a right-hand side of a string, which we cannot do. So what constructor is that calling? It's doing this, look. So yeah, that's I wouldn't do that, but yeah, that is obviously a problem. It's because this is a right hand side, because I've changed. I didn't used to have SSO strings. So what this would do is this would return. It should make a temporary string normally. And a temporary string is pushed on the temporary stack, which survives for 1 frame. So you can make a view out of it for 1 frame, which is all I was doing. But obviously that doesn't work now. It's SSO, because this, now the small string optimization in the strings, it says, oh, I don't need to create it on the temporary stack anymore. I'll just create it right here. But yeah, similar error, isn't it? So the way I can avoid that is, well, it's a shame that what it's actually doing is implicitly casting it. I've actually seen this bug before in the code, in the actual game. I've seen this happen. So the way that we would do this, the way we could fix this, well, it would be nice to not actually I would either have to take off implicit casting, which I don't think I really want to do. I'll see if it's being cast from a right hand side, which I kind of don't want to do either. Is R value reference? See if I can catch it like that. Maybe. Yeah, that's what's happening here. That's what's happening here. Because I've only just put in that, I call it SSO buffer, like a small string optimization. But yeah, like quick buffer pattern, yeah. I just put that in like 2 weeks ago to my strings. And that's obviously a bug from it. So you can't do that. So if you do format TW string, yeah, I know. It's crazy, isn't it? The dream would be to make this a compiler. I mean, you couldn't do it if you declared the string here and return the view. But I don't think you would do that. I wouldn't do that. I would know that that's obviously gonna be a problem. But this was a little kind of, I suppose it's a bit hacky, really. It was relying on it going to the temporary arena, the temporary stack, to keep it alive, which is a bit rubbish. Because this localization system thing is meant to be called just as you're about to submit the thing to the renderer, you know. So it only needs to survive for that call. So temporary is great for that. Yeah, it's got all sorts of little problems with it, like this. Like you say, it's good if you're experienced enough to immediately know what the problem is, but obviously you could do this with the standard library, couldn't you? You could just return standard string. String view is a standard string of a standard string. And then it puts it in the SSO buffer. I wonder if they can catch that at compile time. In the standard template library. You know, this being a temporary object, you shouldn't be allowed to actually make a view out of it. So does this cause a keep losing my place. There it is. If I don't do this, this causes a lot of problems. Not that many. Because an implicit cast to a string view of a string that can use stack storage is not great. No. Yeah, it does. It is a dangerous bug. Yeah, you could do that as well. To be fair, like, it's probably going to be fine to pass it around, pass a string out of that, because it's not called hardly ever, and a lot of them will be optimized, put into buffers. Let's just see if it catches the one. God knows how I would find it. Where is it? It's in localization, I think. Ugh. Localization. It's everywhere. Stringzilla. Oh yes, who was talking? Oh yeah, you were talking about wait, Dragon. Yeah. So I could just basically explicitly cast it to castings to string views. Or if it's temporary. You say format view base. We have the allocator there. Like, I would normally catch this. I would never have made this a normal string and returned a view. It's just because it was working on the temporary arena there. There's not really another nice way to do it though. Yeah, so my string views aren't null terminated either. Yeah. That's what makes it fast, is to not have it null terminated. Because then they are literally just views of the same string over and over again. If you made it null terminated, you need to copy, and it would just be a normal string. But yeah. So you can't cast a const char, exactly, yeah. I have a thing called a resolve string. So what you do is you make a resolve string, and then it detects if it's null terminated. If it is, it just passes back the view as a resolved string. If it isn't, it passes back an actual copy of a string. So you can get away from that. Yeah, it's what makes a view fast. It's why they're good. Because you don't need to copy anything. It's what makes a string, well, a string view fast, yeah. So I could do like this, which will return a buffer. And then copy it to like, I don't think I have an end, you can't do an end string 0 though. I think that's going to be a compile error. What's it called? NTW string. So this allows me to change the actual size of the buffer, and if I set it to 0, it means it will dynamically allocate on the temporary arena always. Problem is C++, I don't think lets you have array values of 0. So it would essentially be this. This is a bit hacky. Yeah, it can't have a 0 size. It's a warning. You know, sometimes it's useful to have arrays of 0 size. We could keep buffer size to be 0. I mean, heck, where is this buffer declared? Probably right there. We could do that, maybe. See how far we get with that. What is this? Probably size T. Yeah, man. Oh, so this is an enum. So it's SSO buffer size we need. A lot of these bugs are on like the more fundamental parts of any code base, so you can just get that rock solid. Obviously, like making a string and returning a view, anyone could do that, but you would hope that all that stuff would be wrapped up somehow. Like this is wrapped up in, obviously, in the localization system in general, so it's not going to cause a problem for the people who use the localization system. Hopefully. Objects from within themselves, yeah. Just use JavaScript. Yeah, I'm sure people have written engines in JavaScript before. I'm sure that's happened. So what this is doing, maybe, we'll have to just test it out, is formatting the string. If it ends up on the stack, it's copying it into the temporary heap. Well, it's not a heap, it's the temporary stack, which is alive for the duration of what I need to use this for. So I can return a view from it. It's kind of dodgy to begin with anyway, but I was relying on the fact that it was going on the temporary heap to make this work. Okay, so that's just getting copied onto the stack, right? And returned. And now I'm going to move, in place move. So this, I want this to do a deep copy. Yes, deep copy. And it's going to actually use the global temp arena. There we go. So that's actually on the temp arena now. So in theory, when we make a view of it, oh, yeah, it's fine. See, it's dodgy because obviously it goes out of scope and releases, but the view is still valid because it's on the temporary arena. So it's still there. So that's it fixed. Oh. Full stack microservice everywhere. Yeah, that's like when I was at uni, that was not a thing. I mean, it was a long time ago that I was at uni. That's come out like within the last 10 or 15 years, all this stack terminology. Where, yeah, I think throw more machines, but they don't take into account this communication between the machines to do everything, which is going through copper or fiber, a physical medium, you know. Okay. So the worst case, that is just allocating. So for very long strings, this will do an allocate there, and then an allocate there, and a return. But on the temporary arena, so it's only 2 stack bumps. That's totally fine. It's like 2 additions, basically. Okay. Do we get the proper names now? Or do we get nothing? Don't know what he's doing. Let's just restart that. VMs at JavaScript. I'm so far out of the web dev world. I don't know what people do. People use like containers, don't they? These, I don't really know anything about it. But web's development is done with like lots of little containers spinning up instances of like different processes to do all work together to make one website. Yeah, like Docker containers. Yeah, or like AWS, don't know if they call them containers or whatever, buckets, or whatever they call them there. Okay, so we've got our names now. It's still not that clear, but at least you can say that that's Spidey and 0 down there. And that's Spidey and 1 down there. And you know where each one is. You've got Spidey and 0 and Spidey and 1 both working on that. So here's the thing, attack as a condition. Behavior, action, distance to playable character. So that is implicitly me, so that's alright. So can it attack me? Oh my word, are they both actually working independently now? Can I get this one angry? No, this one's not. Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, he is, look. He's retreating, so that's to do with his animation is stuck. Okay, cool. We're a step closer now. So there's something going on with the animations as well. So he's obviously, I think we actually need to actually say what instance the guys are. Yeah, I don't know anything about that stuff. I know, like, you know, one computer, Visual Studio, basically writing system stuff. I don't know much about any of the cloud stuff. Okay. So I can't get NPC. So this can be auto NPC instance equals NPC get instance and this is just auto name NPC instance dot type NPC instance value can be good for code tests. Yeah. Yeah, so we have Spidey in 0 and Spidey in 1 now. Ah, they're both coming after me. It's quite scary when you have 2 of them. Oh my word, that guy hit that Spidey and that is unintended. They can actually fight each other. So there's something to do with how they're deciding to make the attack. So they both seem a bit stuck on this guy's. So this guy is stuck on the long attack. And the other guy, he just can't find pathfinding goal. He's not even actually executing the graph anywhere. So why is this guy stuck on a long attack? So NPC attack PC. Running. Oh, look at NPC is 0 there. Oh, because it's getting me. Yeah, I'll look into it. I don't really know anything about Docker. So it did return me. So he's stuck cooling down by the looks of it. Yeah, he's basically stuck cooling down. Okay. Oh, here we go. NPC attack stage change. This is passing the wrong ID. So we must have missed that. We went through everywhere where we were using these. So this is not correct. So this needs to be an instance, which is the ID, I think. So we're not passing the NPC type. So this is part of the new system. It's using the old system basically. There's parts of the code that are still using the old system. So let's just have a quick scan through again everywhere we're using this NPC type. Check that we're not using it in any dodgy places. Get NPC name. Yeah, that's fine. Set NPC position delta. Okay, that's fine. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Fine, fine. Yeah. So I think all this is good. Yeah, that's fine. So basically before I was using the NPC type as the ID, and that doesn't work now when we've got instancing. So I've had to change quite a bit of refactoring. So that's it, that must be the bug why it wasn't cooling down. We were able to get the combat controller, or we're executing a combat state change on the wrong NPC, basically. The wrong instance. Guess it's not attacking me. It's all now. Okay, so they're both getting angry at the same time. Let's have a look and see what happens here. So what is NPC? It's an NPC instance. So Spidian 1 doesn't want to get angry. It doesn't even want to, by the looks of things, do anything with his behavior at all. Okay, so let's just look. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. Spidian 1. did work. Actual real bugs inside your screen. I've never heard of that before. That's awesome. Yeah, it's boiling in here. It's like a little sweat box, this room. I always get flies come and land on my microphone, which is really annoying. Oops. So Spidian 1. He won't get angry with me. What makes him get angry? Here. Hostile level 0. Decondition. Behavior action. Distance to playable character. I wonder if that. Let's have a look. What is it? It is a condition. Behavior action. Distance to playable character. Distance to PC. What does this look like? Get action node location. What is that doing? No instances. Action, get location. Brain, get me. So that is working. Fine. Is it working? Is it ever working for where entity ID is not 6? That's crazy. Yeah, weird, isn't it, that? The little thunderbugs or something. Call them here. Tiny, tiny little bugs. Oh, is this what you were working on before? Is this yours? Yeah, you... It's cool. Yeah, you were looking at this yesterday, weren't you? I remember, not this, but you were looking at doing reflection stuff. Nice one, Woot Dragon. Behavior action distance to playable character. Bring out variables and everything inside them. Yeah, like what you would need for a debugger or something. So the basically Spidian 1 is not reacting to when I'm near them. So entity ID 6 is the only thing that's getting called. Is entity ID 6. Oh, he's going on the node. Behavior control node. Well, hang on. The node ID would be the same. But they have the same. There's two instances that will have the same node ID. So this needs to be instance brain find node. Hang on, let's just log line that instance entity ID. Go inside the screens. Yeah. That's hilarious. I've never heard of getting inside your screen. Yeah, I'm in a minority, but I prefer the English winter. I've been to Scotland in the winter a couple of times, but I don't know what the winter's like there. It's probably very dark where you are. So it's only been called with entity ID 6. So that's the bug. But I like the dark. Oh, it's crazy when they both start coming after you. When it actually does work occasionally. So it's only getting called with entity ID 6. It's because it's going through each behavior and just testing for the node ID. So this, it actually needs it's because it has got that node ID in that behavior controller. Is it every data in the field, or does it? It does in debug. Yeah, it does in debug. If you break the debugger, can you inspect what data is inside a container? Well, it depends. So if you're using an STL container, they've done a NatVis for that, and it depends if they give you access to the raw view or not. If they don't, you can't, no. So there's this thing called raw view. I'm not sure. I don't really use STL very much, so I'm not sure if it does. Like, I tend to include raw view in almost all of my containers with the NatVis stuff. So I can drill down and see absolutely everything if I need to. Yeah, the raw view, yeah. So I'm not sure if STL gives you the raw view all the time or not. I do with my containers, yeah. So who has called this? So it's come out of a node. So basically what's happening now is we're evaluating some game condition, and it's going to get action node location, action node ID. G condition. So this action node ID is not enough. So that needs rewriting, really. We should be able to use me for that. Now we've got this system, this me system, where we know who is executing this graph. So it's here, wasn't it? So we've got G condition. So you have to put in the action node ID. That's no good. You can't have the action node ID. I don't think I've used every time. Maybe not. No. Yeah, it's cool. What it won't do, what Visual Studio won't do when it, like in assert fires or whatever, it'll just give you the stack frame like this, but any frames that it's gone into and popped out of, it won't be able to give you any of that information. So if you print, if you go in and you print stuff and then pop out of it, you can still see what the sibling stack frames were, which would be nice for that bit of kit that you've showed us. Yeah. Only for the stack frame. Yeah, it shows you the stack frame and the parent frames. That's what you get. Yeah, the stack frame and the parent frames, but not any sibling frames or any children of the sibling frames. You can't see it. You'd have to use printf debugging for that. Yeah, so this behavior action distance to playable character is not a thing anymore, basically. And this get action node location, so all this kind of needs taking out, really. Action get location. So we can call action get location, which brain get me NPC. We can call get location on an action, but not via a node ID. I don't think. So we'll chuck that. Hang on, before we do that, because this is going to cause a load of compile errors, we'll just check in. That's gone now. Can't do that. That's no good. Got a serious plague of bugs. That's the only thing when it gets really hot. You never have that in the winter. No bugs at all, which is lovely. Plenty of bugs in the code though. So get action node location again. that cannot be a thing. Not just from a node ID anymore. Now we could pass in an instance ID. No. We could pass an instance ID. We'll see if we can get away with taking this code out. Yeah, crazy. You need to get some compressed air or something to blow them out. Yeah, it'd be really useful for that Woot Dragon. Very handy. So, behavior action, distance to playable character. We don't need this, but I'm not going to. Oops. I'm not going to remove it just yet because I'm going to change it in the editor. So we could actually, okay, we could do this. We could use the new context system. So engine context. Is that how it works? Yeah. We could use this new context thing to do this. A behavior action and distance to NPC. Like this. Get the player location. So the auto me equals context NPC on me. I'm just going to do static NPC on me, which returns NPC on me dot me equals true, like that. And this is just context NPC on me with a capital M. Come on, Visual Studio. Me. So that's me with the context, and I can go get game state, get NPC location me. Yeah. Yeah, nice. It'd be a nice tool for sure. Yeah. I don't know why it happened. Yeah, it's only a mini dump's only kind of like a little bit of information you would need to solve quite a few crashes. So let's see if this works now. This is the new system I wrote this morning in Play. So we can go context me, so we can get the location whoever is calling this, or the actual NPC ID. Which is Spidey and 6. This one is still Spidey and 6. This one is Spidey and 1. So we're doing the right tests now. Okay, so let's have a look inside for any other weird. Behavior action distance to PC, that's the one we've just done. And they're all probably distance to PC one. This one is timed range test. Distance to PC. Range test. Distance to PC. Weight. Distance to PC. So that distance to playable character one was the one that was not working. No condition, no condition. Unfairly condition. Distance to PC. NPC range test. Distance to PC. Okay. Oh look, I think, is it working? No. You're still stuck there. Oh, maybe that is correct behavior. So now he should be attacking me. Oh, he's attacking me. He's going to the other side of me. So what I've got these rigged up to do is not attack straight away, because they're kind of like not really a predatory enemy. I was trying to do something a little bit more complicated than just come and attack me. So if I run away, he should run away. Yeah. If I go and interrupt him, he'll start attacking me now because I've interrupted him running away. So that is, it should be something happening there. Or he's looping. He's in some kind of loop there. So one of the things is the fades have stopped working, so it's hard for me to see the flow of the nodes. Running alpha, what is running alpha? That's on the entire editor. So we kind of need one per instance now. Ugh, more complicated. Okay, we'll set this to 1. There needs to be multiple of these now. This is a bit. This means it's got to kind of store it with its entity. That's a shame. Each entity ID needs its own running alpha now. That guy hits that guy. That's really cool. So we could write scenarios where they fight each other. He's sometimes picking that he's like trying to attack the wrong place there. So that's NPC attack PC. NPC get location. So he's still trying to, Spidey and Zero is still trying to attack in the wrong location. Spidey and Zero is this one. NPC attack PC. So me, that's Spidey and 1. Spidey and 0, get the combat controller. Set combat attack state to warming up. So we're going to set combat attack state changed. What I want to know is where. Okay, so this is where he determines the attack region. This guy. So get the attack region. So this is the wrong region by the looks of it. Get attack target. Get the rig. So it's the Spidey in 0. Here we go. So this is not moving him to it though. What I want to know is why the guy thinks he can attack. Why does Spidey not think he can attack? It's probably because we are in distance. He's just facing the wrong way. Distance to playable character. So it's basically the distance to playable character is less than 10. So we're attacking. So we're getting the player location, getting the NPC location. So we need, so that's minus 12.3 he thinks he can attack at. Which is about over here. So it's kind of, this maths is wrong. All right. I'm pretty sure this is not actually it. We need to determine what side the guys on. This is not actually a bug in the NPC Instancing. This is just a bug in general. So we won't go and attack because they're both basically occupied there. So now he's definitely going to the wrong side of him. So this code needs working out. We're going to just draw this. Draw quad in world rect x y. Well, x y and flip 0.5. Doesn't know about game canvas, so we'll just temporarily include that as well. So we're just going to draw where it thinks it wants to attack. Because I think that's wrong. So that is it's flashing there in the right place. Well, that seems right. I think it is actually right. Maybe we just need to do a face player, you know. Maybe we want facing the player. When we do the attack. So we need to do warming up. That's when the attack happens. It goes to attacked. Attacking. So it's when we're just about when the new state is attacking. So here we need to face who we are attacking. It should be facing the player all the time though. Face towards. Are they calling face towards or face direction? It's its own printer. Yeah, it's good if you could turn it on if you're experiencing a crash and it just prints everything out as it goes. That would be cool. Move next to NPC. Speaking. Who's calling face then? We are definitely doing something with facing the NPC in the combat because they do that. Oh. So they're constantly facing me. Okay. NPC I probably need to go through these actions, you know, and just check. So we'll do NPC set combat state. That's kind of good to me. Yeah, cool. Yeah, nice one, Woot Dragon. That's cool. So it looks like they're nearly there, aren't they? They're both independently. See, there we go. There's some kind of what is Spider-Man doing there? It's looping. So set combat state. I need to get those. So conditional weight is failing. Need to get those fades working. So it's Spidey 1 that's stuck. Oh, he's not anymore. So now he's completely not moving. Ooh, his animation for Spidey 1's completely broken. Okay. So he's in the combat routine. Hostile level 0. So it looks like it's getting set over and over again. So velocity is coming in as 0. Just need to move the game off screen a second so I can catch him when velocity is definitely not 0. Okay. Do we actually even set the walk here? Do it there. So he's basically stuck in hostile level 0 and moving around. Here. Okay. I don't think that should be a thing. Are the raw views lying to you? No. It's all fine. The debugger's behaving today. Sipping wine, finding new libraries. Oh man. Okay. So this guy's set combat state looked like it hasn't worked. That's what's happened. He's not gone back to having no combat. So he's left basically in hostile level 0, which is with his tail up. And he's not meant to be moving there. So this failed to actually work. So set behavior action, NPC set combat state. Oh, wrong file there. Behavior types, set combat state. No, we're in the wrong one there. Set combat state. So execute combat state change. It maybe failed. That can't have failed though, because it would have. What happens if it fails? Basically just ends. Can I go and interrupt this guy? No, there's no way now. He just wants to get on with his day. So he won't even go in. Okay. If this fails, so this could straight up fail that. And then maybe call success there. So I think we need to go, if behavior state is equal to fail, return it. Because it might get failed here. In which case the tick would need to return fail. Right, I want to head off in 5 minutes. I'll be back on Monday. Hopefully this will... I mean, it's coming together. The guys are behaving most of the time. There's 2 of them. You can fight them both. Does get stuck occasionally on things. That flicker's fine. That means he can't path anywhere because he wants to go there to attack me. But that guy stood there in a threatening way. So what he needs to do is, like, he would need to... He's getting a situation where, again, he's struggling to... We would need to be like, if this space is occupied, you can tap me from the other side. I do have a little bit of problem with the animation still, and this kind of looping behaviour here. I need to figure out... Like, I don't think that's actually a code bug. I think that's a bug in the behaviour tree. And look, sometimes he's facing the wrong way. Few bugs. My Fu Manchu, yeah, thanks, I will. It's going to be really hot, so I'll probably stay inside all weekend. I don't know. Right, I'm going to head off, guys. Good stream, though. Hopefully see you next week. And my Fu Manchu, I'll try and get on one of your streams next week. And you can explain the game, that'll be awesome. Alright, see you later.